positiveness in the atmosphere. Okay? Common prayer that is recited at every one of the 16 sanskaras that we perform in the life of man. From the first sanskar is performed even before conception takes place. And the final sanskar for Mrs. Rajpathy, or lovingly known as Dolly, will be in the antechamber. There is no other sanskaras to be performed thereafter. So those of you know these mantras, please join me. Om Vishwani Deva Savitarturitani Parasuva Yadvadantanna Suva Om Hiranyagarbha Samavaktatagre Bhutasya Shantaha Patireka Asit Sadadhara Prithivim Nyamudemam Kasmai Devaya Vishavidemam Om Ya Atmada Balada Yasya Vishwa Upasate Prashisham Yasya Devaha Yasya Shaya Amritam Yasya Mrityuhu Kasmai Devaya Vishavidemam Om Yapranato Nimishrato Mahidvaika Idraja Jagato Vabhuva Ya Ishe Yasya Dvipadaschatushpadaha Tasmai Devaya Vishavidemam Om Yena Dyor Ugra Prithivi Chadrida Yena Swahastavitam Yena Nakaha Yo Antarikshe Rajaso Vimana Kasmai Devaya Vishavidemam Om Prajapate Natvadedanyanyo Vishwajatani Parita Bhaguva Yatamaste Juhumasano Asubhayam Syama Patayorayiram Om Sano Bandurjanita Savidhata Dhamani Veda Bhuvanani Vishwa Yat Tasman Vishwani Deva Vayudani Vidwan Yo Jasmajuranamenu Bhuishtadena Bhuktim Videma. The Antyeshti Sanskar will be recited in Sanskrit and the meaning will be in English so all of us understand. Tvamadideva Purusha Purana Tvamasya Vishvasya Parannidhanam Vetasi Vedyam Cha Param Cha Dhama Tvaya Tatam Vishwamanantarupa. Almighty God, who has been since the beginning of time, who has been in man since man was created, who is the supreme treasure of this vast universe, the knower, the knowledge, and the final resting place for all beings. You are the infinite presence in whom all things are. By you is the universe pervaded. We seek courage, fortitude, and shelter in you. Vasansi jiranani yatha vihaya navani grihanati naroparani tatha sharirani vihaya jirananyanyani sayati navani dehi. Just as a person leaves an old garment and puts on one that is new, the soul of a person leaves the body at death and takes on a new one. The soul does not perish with the body. May we take courage from this truth. Na jayate mriyate va kadachin nayam bhutva bhavita va na bhuyah. Ajo nityah shashvatoyam purano nahanyate hanyamane sharire. The soul is never born and it never dies. It is in eternity, it is forever and ever, never born and eternal beyond times gone by or yet to come. The soul does not die when the body dies. May we understand this truth. Nenam chindanti shastrani nenam dahati pavakaha nachenam kledayantyapo na shoshayati marutaha. Weapons cannot hurt the spirit and fire can never burn it. Waters cannot wet it and winds cannot dry it. May we find comfort in these truths. Jatasya hi dhruvo mrityur dhruvam janmamritasya cha tasmada pariharyerte na tvam shochitum arhasi. All things born in truth must die, and out of death in truth comes life. Knowing this, we must cease from sorrow. May we have the strength to do so, Almighty God. Put our hands together and we all recite the Shanti Path. We all require the peace and the soul that is already on its journey. Dhyo Shantirantariksham Shanti Prithivi Shantirapa Shantiroshadaya Shanti Vanaspataya Shantir Vishwe Deva Shantir Brahma Shanti Sarvam Shanti Shantireva Shanti Sama Shantiredhi.
Family members, as you're coming through to view, please do not remove your shoes at the crematorium, irrespective of you conducting prayers or not. At all times, your shoes will stay on. Remember, the COVID protocol still stands at the crematorium. Remember, Hinduism, as they would say, is a way of life before it becomes religious. The way of life right now is protect yourself. So please, we do not want anyone getting infected with COVID or any other diseases. Keep your shoes on at all times. When you're coming, there's petals out here. You can take a little bit of petals, turn 3 times around clockwise, place on the chest. You can walk around to meet the family. But first, if the immediate family wants to view, please come through again. Let's get the immediate family come through. Just see the petals come through this way.
brothers and sisters, Om Namo Narayanaya to one and all of you. Today, we have gathered to celebrate the life of Aji, Nani, Mom, Dadima, all in one. The life of Rajpathy Ramhorry, very lovingly known as Auntie Dolly. In more ways than one, she really was a Dolly, a European Dolly. So today we want to celebrate this life, and we will let you know a few of the things that leads us to call this a celebration indeed. Auntie Dolly leaves behind very few elders in the family. We have Prabhapua, Sangitapua, Bhim Mami, and Basanti Mosi. That is amongst the only elders from both her side and dad's side. The children are Sunil, Varsha, Sureka, and Samida. And of course, the spouses, Pingla, Kamlesh, Prashant, and myself. The grandchildren include Shaista, Hanita, Aarti, Prashil, and Dipali, and Nishan and Juran. And the great-grandchildren include Araya, Leah, Sonali, and Akarya. So that is the legacy that we are going to celebrate today. But in true Hindu custom, we will conduct these celebrations with prayer. I lovingly welcome Pandita Veni Mahadev to officially lead us into prayer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch Pai. Okay, families and friends, as I said earlier, we are all here to pay respects and to bid farewell to a beautiful soul, and we are all here on the same purpose. So let us all chant Om 3 times and the Gayatri Mantra 3 times. Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. The Ishwar Upasana is a communion prayer, and it's recited at every one of the 16 sanskaras that we perform in the life of man. The first sanskara is performed even before conception takes place, and the final sanskar today for our dear soul is in the antechamber. And also remember that sanskaras are important because 11 of the sanskaras are performed during childhood days. So those of you who know this Ishwara Upasana, let's recite it together. Om Veshwani Deva Savitar Duritani Parasuva Yat Bhadrantanna Asuva Om Hiranye Garbha Samavartatagre Bhutasya Jataha Patireka Asit Sadadhare Prithivim Dhyam Ut-emam Kasmai Devaya Havisha Vidhema Om Ya Atmada Balada Yasya Vishwa Upasate Prashisham Yasya Devaha Yasya Chayamritam Yasya Mrityuhu Kasmai Devaya Havisha Vidhema. This particular mantra is a very beautiful mantra, especially like days like today. It says Atmada. The one that gives us the Atma is Paramatma. वो परमात्मा देता है जो बल देता है, the power, the energy that we have within ourselves, वो भी परमात्मा देता है. And it says, Yasya Vishwa Upasate, who the whole world prays to. Then it says, Yasya Chaya Amritam, in whose Chaya, in whose refuge is that Amritam, is that immortality. And then it says, Yasya Chaya Mrityuhu, in whose hands is also death. It says, Kasmai Devaya Havisha Videma, to that God we pray with faith and devotion. Om ya pranato nimishato mahitveka idraja jagato babuva ya ishe asya dvipadaschatuspadah kasmai devaya havisha vidhema. Om ye nadhyor ugra prithvi chadridha ye na swahastabhitam ye na nakaha yo antarikshe rajaso vimanah kasmai devaya havisha vidhema. Om Prajapate Natvad Etanenyo Vishwaptani Parita Babuva Yat Kamaste Chuhumastano Astu Vayam Syama Patayo Rairnam. Om Sano Bandhurjanita Savidhata Dhamani Veda Bhuvanani Vishwa Yatra Deva Amritam Aneshanastratiye Dhaman Adhyerayanta. Om Agnenaya Suppatha Raye Asman Vishwani De Vavayunani Vidwan Yuyodhyasmajuhuranameno Bhuistante Nama Uktim Vidhema. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. I hand you back to Mitch Bhai. Okay.
I think all of us that were very close would remember her most especially for her prayer and her spirituality. And one striking feature at all the pujas and the havans that we should have was her leading us with He Parampita Paramatman. I'm lovingly requesting Pandita to lead us, and let's follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Maharaj. हे परमपिता परमात्मन, आज हम भक्ति से नम्र बनकर आपके चरणों में आए हैं। आपको हृदय में धारण कर हम अपने मन और आत्मा को पवित्र बनाते हैं। आपकी शरण में रहकर हम अपने दुर्गुणों को धोना चाहते हैं। हे दीन बंधु, कृपा सिंधु प्रभु, आपके ऊपर श्रद्धा और विश्वास रखकर आपकी कृपा से हम इस भवसागर को सुखपूर्वक पार कर सके। हे सच्चिदानंद स्वरूप भगवान, हम निष्पाप मन से यहाँ आपकी प्रार्थना उपासना करने उपस्थित हुए हैं। हमें सद्बुद्धि दीजिए, हमें सन्मार्ग दिखाइए, हमें सत्कर्म की तरह प्रेरित कीजिए। ओम शांति शांति शांति।
We lovingly request that you join us with the bhajans that will be led by Bihari Ram Sangeet. The contact person is Tony Raicha. So for all your bhajans at your kathas, ceremonies and the like, especially the funerals as well, the good part is he does both Hindi and Tamil. So for all future reference, I'm not getting paid, but for good reference. We appreciate the fact that you could assist us at the short notice that we put upon you. I guess we all understand that this particular event was not planned. So we go with the flow. Thank you very much. We will have some bhajans. Please join us in the bhajan recitals. Thank you.
Narayana, beings are considered the highest form of creation. They are blessed with intelligence and feelings. For this reason, our area of duty and responsibility is more extensive. One such obligation is towards our mother. In a lap, we took birth. Just like the relationship with Mother Earth, who gives us birth, feeds us, and provides for us abundantly, to her we owe our gratitude as we do our earthly mother. It is impossible to describe a mother's love. Who else would do so much for us? In every stage of our lives, a mother's love is a motivating force, especially in moments of depression and disappointment. What has she done? On our way into the world, she carefully kept us in the body for 9 months, cherishing the hope that a child will be a champion among men. She gently wraps the child to protect him from the cold, and with her own milk she feeds him. What other love is as such? With a gentle tapping, she puts him to sleep, singing him sweet lullabies. How anxious she becomes when a child gets sick. She rushes to get him the best medicine to make him well. What other love is as such? Though a child has grown into an adult and has started his own family, a mother's love for him never stops. A mother's love is like an ocean, unfathomable and immeasurable, a love equal to none other.
Jaya Jagadambe, Bol Man Mera,
recite the name of the Divine Mother Durga. She is also called by many other names such as Ambe Ma or Jagadambe Ma. O Mother, if we have made any mistakes, please forgive us, because we are your children. I am just a humble person, but you are most powerful. I have looked for you from temple to temple. Please help me to overcome my difficulties and sorrows. Please have pity on me. Praises to you, O Mother Durga. We sing praises to you, O Mahataji. Your devotees call you by different names and sing your praises. You are the mother of the entire world. We are your children and you are our mother. May your glorious name protect us always.
Respected elders, we have a few messages that we want to go through. Some of the messages come from far and wide. As we know, Nani and Dadima has spread her wings in form of her children. So what we would like to do now is to go through some of those messages. And we would like to ask Shaisa to please come forward. Shaisa resembles the eldest granddaughter, Shaisa.
Prem Namaste to one and all. Our first message comes from Nishani, who is all the way in Holland, and Heidi, who is all the way in London. And these are the nieces of my dear Aji. So the message comes from Heidi, Nishani, and their brother Ishal. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna states that as we cross the sanskar of the ocean of birth and death, our soul is infinite, everlasting, immortal, and eternal, and we only change our physical body. The life we have led will be subject to our actions, deeds, and karma. Bearing this in mind, I have no doubt that Dolly will ascend to the heavens and be in the realms of good dharma, love, and will be received by Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwara for her exemplary being. Our earliest memories of Dolly was her panache for fashion, adorned in her beautiful silk saris. She was so beautiful, and my dad would boast about his European-looking sister. She could belt out some good golden oldies with her sweet voice. She gave us the tools to navigate this life in the Kali Yuga by doing japa, engaging in devotion and worship of the Lord, meditation, singing bhajans, reading spiritual books like Ramakrishna and Divine Life Society. And my divine love was to recite the Hanuman Chalisa. She would teach us the words and correct pronunciations of the chopai. Every day I recite the Hanuman Chalisa because you taught me so. She was the matriarch of the family. Her wisdom, knowledge was shared with us all to inspire, uplift, and invigorate us all. To me, I loved going to Sydenham, Burnwood Road for holidays because I would get a new wardrobe of clothing, increase my spiritual knowledge, and have delicious meals prepared by Dolly. I would be spoilt by the girls with loads of attention. Dolly has been with us from the beginning of our time in every facet of our life, from our humble beginnings in Clarewood to our global travels. She has deep family values entrenched in her and has raised her children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and extended family with the same humbleness, simplicity, intelligence, and spirituality. Our memories span decades from Clarewood, Sydenham, Merebank, Reservoir Hills, and the Bluff area with her. Every moment spent with her was a gift. She was sweet as nectar, knowledgeable, and would speak to us on our ancestral history, which she was very proud of. Her memories of Clarewood was very something she always treasured and spoke fondly of. Nishani, Ishal, and I truly blessed that you were a big part of our lives, and to have your love and kindness and your hands was instrumental in shaping us to who we are today. When we are in Durban, we would look forward to us visiting her and be equally engaged on the current events of our life. It was honor and our greatest privilege that we were part of your journey on earth. In the circle of life, may your final journey be a glorious one. For us, you will forever be in a bright star in the sky, for that is what you are, a radiant beam of love and light. May you continue to live in us. May your spirit of love continue to flow through us for all our days on this heavenly earth. I want you to, I just want to read an Irish blessing. May the roads rise to meet you. May the wind always be at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face, the rains fall soft upon your fields, and until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand. Jai Atma Ram. Once again, this was from the families from London and Holland, and we thank you, Nishani, Heidi, and Eshal, for this beautiful message. The next message comes from Aji's cousins and nieces. This is from Ronnie and Anita and family from Chatsworth. Words cannot express our sadness that Dolly is no longer with us. When our mother died, when we were very young children, Dolly and her sisters stepped up to teach us and guide us as a mother would. She helped us grow into the people that we are today. Thank you is not enough to express our appreciation for everything she did for us. We will cherish those memories forever. Some people leave a legacy of goodness behind them. Dolly did exactly that. We will hold her in our hearts forever. Again, from Aji's nieces and Ronnie and Anita and family. And our last message comes from my cousin, Hanita, who is now in New Zealand. And this message comes from her children, Araya and Leah. To our dearest Dadima, we will always remember the roses you made, the love you gave, and treasure all the fond memories we have made. You always worried about us and prayed for us. You cared so much. We will miss you dearly, our sweet Dadima. We will forever love and pray for you. Love, Araya, Leah, and Hanita. Thank you.
Ram ki bachna bolo jaya unite when we sing and pray, praising the name of the Lord. Keeping thoughts of Lord Ram and Sita in your heart and mind, always recite the loving name of Lord Ram. The poet pleads to everyone to recite the Lord's name and to praise Mother Anjali, the mother of Hanuman. Where do we go to when we leave this world? We go back to our Lord, our source, our maker. How must I find the pathway to God? Is there any directions? In life we are reminded to respect our Guru and our parents. Only then can we be one with our Lord. A Guru guides us to find the pathway to reach the Lord. How will I find those loved ones who have left us? Keep the good name and reputation of your parents. We question why our loved ones, friends and families have left us, who have gone and will never come back. We should do good and noble deeds to accumulate good karma, so we do not return to this world of suffering. The light can only shine when a lamp is lit with a wick and ghee. In life, we get the rain and the sunshine, night and day. So too, some days are good and some days are bad. Tomorrow, she will be smiling down upon us, far away from all these miseries and suffering.
Thank you. Bhajan, painful but makes us ponder on the journey of the soul. How do we cope with the loss of loved ones? And in this bhajan, we explore the various ways as read out by Brother Tony. It is indeed a very blissful bhajan and shows us the direction. It also helps us to bear universal emotions of loss, longing, and the quest to find meaning on the absence of dearly departed ones. We always question what happens to the soul after death. And the bhajan starts off with Jane chale jate hai kaha, and it's repeated, so as to emphasize to ourselves that that particular question is still to be answered. And whatever we look at it, and whichever way we look at it, we realize that the experience of pain, like the clouds that will go away, or whatever, as explained in the bhajan, that experience of pain and emotion is there for everyone. Sometimes we sit back and we question and we ask ourselves, why me? Why does this have to happen to us? Why must we go through this pain? And eventually, as we fathom and as we go into the scripture, we realize that we are not the only ones. There's a story in the Upanishads that is told of the mustard seeds, and it's lovingly said, you want your child to be resurrected, you want your child not to die, go to a house and bring me back mustard seeds. Those are the seeds that I would use to resurrect your child. And when we go to look and see which house we can get this from, we then realize that every one of us go through this pain. We are not alone. When we say we're not alone, then we have to quantify, because being not alone means there is no one with you. Being not alone also means, to us, especially as the family today, that we have the love and support. Family, friends, neighbors, young, old, everyone. And Auntie Dolly, as she was lovingly known, we all realized that her paternal parents, both my father-in-law and mother-in-law side, had some wealth. But that wealth was temporary. It was lost. What stayed, which wealth stayed, was that wealth of spirituality, that wealth of caring, that wealth that even the poor could assist the poor. We will not forget where we came from. And as children especially, she has done her best for all her children. She has done what it takes, and as Bhimami had pointed out, without a cent, she has educated them. Somehow or the other, she made means and she did it. What do we want as parents? As parents, the only thing we want is for our children to be better than we are. That's all we need in life. And if our children are better than we are, that for us is progress. That for us, even in GDP terms, means growth. So we grew and we grow. And because we do that, it's one and simple reason, because of Nani, Aji, Dadima, and Mummy. So for that, we are eternally grateful, and we would like to place on the records and say to her, Ma, all that you have done for us, we will not forget. I want to move on to the next speaker, and we would like to lovingly call upon Aarti to say a few words.
Prem Namaste to one and all. They told me I'm allowed to speak from the heart today, but it's going to be very hard because my Nani was my heart. My Nani was my best friend. She was the person who I spent a lot of time with. I joked a lot with, I teased a lot, and I think I only got shouting from her once in my life. And I remember that day because my Nani was the most soft-spoken person that you'd ever meet, and people who met her for the first time always thought she was a white lady. And she wondered why she was with us. They wondered why she was with us. But my Nani was sweet, kind, and soft-spoken, except one day when I annoyed her about something. And it was the first time that she ever raised her voice at me. And I stopped what I was doing. And I looked at her, and I was, in that moment, automatically obeying whatever she said I needed to do, because you never heard her raise her voice, ever. And for me, when I think about Nani, they ask me to this as a funeral is, if you don't look at the spiritual aspect of it, very much so for the people who are still living, to commemorate the life of the person or the loved one who has departed. And to sum up my Nani's life would be very, very difficult because she lived 86 years of it. And that means she lived history. She lived during apartheid. She lived remembering how Indians paved the way where we are. She came from families who were influential and changed the society they lived in. She saw the riots happen in the 90s. She saw the riots happen not so long ago in KZN. She lived through floods and she lived through COVID. She lived through a FIFA World Cup and saw Bafana score 1 goal. So it's a whole 8 decades worth of life. And I was telling my mother this morning that you forget sometimes that a person is made up of the stories they share with everybody. So my Nani was my Nani to me, and I've known her my whole life. But I haven't lived her whole life with her. Everyone in this room and those who couldn't be here today or physically have known her and different aspects of who she was. You each have stories of the neighbor or your Mosi, your poor Auntie Dolly. And you've seen her grow up. You've seen her through prosperity and then through strife. And so when I think of my Nani, I think of Mother India. For the youngsters out there, that's a movie that my Nani made me watch. She forced me to watch. And it was the first movie that she ever told me, you need to see this movie. So I sat with her and I watched it. And every Indian female will have lived this movie in some way, shape, or form. And that's what I think of when I think of my Nani, because she is Mother India. She lived every struggle possible, but she raised 4 children who are successful in every aspect of their life. And she has 4 great grandchildren whom she's got to spend time with. And she has the 5 grandchildren in the middle that I missed, sorry. But she always worried, about her family. Whenever she did anything, she prayed for their health, their wealth, their education, their general well-being. And so I would ask her just generally, what are you doing? And she said, I'm praying. Just randomly on a Sunday afternoon. What are you doing? I'm praying. For who? For what? For my children, my grandchildren, my son-in-laws, my nieces, my nephews. That's what she did. That was her favorite pastime. And so when my father said, Nani's faith was one thing she carried with her, that is true. Faith, prayer, and education. She would read, and I bet she could hold a conversation with any person in this room about anything from local to global affairs. She taught me that education doesn't look a specific way. You don't have to matriculate, get a degree, or even a PhD, You can still be educated in the ways of life if you're willing to learn. And that's what she was. She was a dedicated student. And there's not much I can say about my Nani other than the fact that she was loving, caring, and spunky. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say, because you each are in this room today because you've known her in some degree, and you know something of her that brought you here today, which we are very grateful for. So whatever fond memories you have of my Nani, please share them with us later so we can also remember her and get to know her in a different kind of way. And thank you again for coming today to celebrate the life of Dolly. Thank you. Namaste.
Listen to me, O son of Parvati. Remove all my difficulties and bondages. Show me your mercy as I have come to take your blessings at your feet. I clasp my hands and I come to you as a poor person. You are the greatest. I am the water and you are the chandan. Your name is great in this world. Everyone sings your praises. In this world, all the men and women bow at your feet to receive your blessings. Grant me that devotion and remove my sorrows. I shed my tears for you. When difficulties arise in the devotee, then you will give me support. O Lord, please give me your blessings.
I think in every family, one rose amongst many thorns. But in our family, especially amongst the grandchildren, we have one thorn amongst all the roses. So for the next talk that we are going to speak on, we have Prashil to come forward as the only grandson of Auntie Dolly, the one thorn amongst all the other roses. Prashil.
Okay, can you guys hear me? I think I'll start off saying that, unlike Aarti, I got a lot of lectures and scolding from my Nani in a loving way. And just for, I guess, starters, as an interesting fact, growing up, I actually didn't know her real name was not Dolly, which was fondly known. Only later in life did I find out she was only called Dolly because growing up, she was so beautiful that she looked like a doll, and the name stuck over generation by generation, and she lovingly became known as Auntie Dolly later on. Also, as a kid, I remember like hiding behind her in like family functions, and the one time this auntie came up to us and she was like, "Rajpathy, are you well?" And as a kid, I looked up and I was thinking, this lady is very confused. She doesn't know who's who here, and yeah. Only later did I realize that my Nani, Auntie Dolly, was fondly known to different people by many names, as Aarti also mentioned earlier. She was a kind, loving lady who was adored by many for her lovable nature, her wisdom, her impeccable memory, and her ability to read and keep everyone up to date with current affairs. Our Nani loved to read, and she would pretty much read anything that you put in front of her. But she grew to really enjoy reading the newspaper, especially the Weekly Post. And she really enjoyed reporting to us all the dangers that were out there in the world and in our community that were apparently imminently after us. And we would remember with Nani around that we'd feel a sense of calm, a sense of safeness, knowing that someone has actually thought about all these things around us and was actively praying for the Master to actually protect us. As a kid living in town in Prince Edward Street, my Nani used to come by taxi to look after my sister and I. And feeding through the many lectures I got later on was, I remember one day in particular where I took the opportunity to be quite naughty, and after being told multiple times not to jump up and down on the furniture, I did exactly that. And in doing so, I ended up jumping straight into this iron rod thing and ended up cutting my chin open. But fortunately for me, Nani was there. She quickly got me patched up and just in time to get into the hospital for stitches. I'm thinking from that day onwards, I actually really stressed out a lot and probably realized that from her perspective, this kid is very naughty and he needs more influence of the Master in his life to guide him going forward, which is why I guess shortly after that we went to the ashram quite often going forward. One of the best things growing up was being dropped off at Burnwood Road to spend time with my Nani and Nana. I remember Nani used to make it really fun. We used to spend the day building, drawing, attempting to knit a few things, and investigating the house for all the interesting things that she had around. Everything had a specific story and a memory attached to it, and she would make us these speciality like fried chips and this like iconic sugary drink which we didn't tell our parents about, and she would sit down and tell us many stories about our family and the world. We loved every minute of it and we'd listen intently to every word. But I think my sister can also agree that our favorite game whilst we were there was hide and seek, but not in the traditional sense. It was more like go out through the house and seek whatever your grandfather has hidden around. So we'd look under the bed, in between the mattresses, in the couches, in the veranda for any bottles or cigarettes or whatever we could find, and we'd proudly go back to report to Nani of what we had found. But as Rich Master mentioned, I had an advantage being the only grandson. So Nana actually used to help me and point out where exactly it hidden what, so I could always take it back and, I guess, win. Reflecting on it, Nani was really such a positive, constant presence in our life. Whether we were near, whether we were far away, she watched over us and was there for every celebration, every achievement or sorrow. She was always there and made sure that we were okay. Today, we're greatly saddened by her passing, as our world is much emptier without her physically being in it. However, her memory, her stories, and her love will live on with us. I'd like to thank everyone here today who is here to pay your respects to Auntie Dolly. And I'd like to thank Nani for shaping and molding us into the people we are today and the people we aspire to be. Thanks.
I was actually waiting for him to come to the part where he said he was the only grandchild to receive presents. But we'll leave that topic for another day as well. I want to make a request, especially for us as Hindus. When we attend funerals and when we exchange sympathies with the families, we lovingly seem to use terms that are foreign to us. And the one term that we say is rest in peace. Now I want to tell you very lovingly, very humbly, we should remember that as Hindus, our soul is on a continuous journey. And that journey of the Atman is to reach Paramatman, to become one with God, with Brahman. Now, if that soul is going to rest in peace, do you think we're going to accomplish what is spiritually mandated for us in our lives? I don't think so. So please do me a favor. They say Auntie Google is there. Please use it to see what is it that we can say. And if you don't, we would love for you to use a few of these terms. May the soul attain moksha. May it attain liberation, if you can't pronounce any Hindi words or Sanskrit words. May the soul attain peace, because those are the things that we want. Or if you're bold and you dare to be Hindu, Satgati dijiye, He Paramatman. So I make this appeal not from a point of authority, but as an inquirer. And this is what Nani would have wanted for us, not to lose our faith. So please bear this in mind. It's a loving request that as Hindus, we live as Hindus. As Hindus, Hinduism is a way of life. It is a journey, and let us practice that. Thank you very much for bearing with me and for listening to me and for allowing me to take this opportunity to say that. I want to progress to the next speech, and I think, as we say, when the grandchildren represent, they represent their parents. So we will now call upon Dipali as the last grandchild, to say a few words. Dipali?
So I just want to share a few words about Nani on behalf of our family. We call ourselves the Dolly family. The last time I spoke to Nani, she was in the hospital and she was so worried about me, asking if I have eaten and to stay safe. That's one thing about Nani, is that she truly cared for you, and it doesn't matter who you were. Just know that Nani was thinking about you and praying for you, and you always had this protection over you because you knew her. No matter what Nani was going through, she didn't want anyone to worry about her. You'd ask her, Nani, are you okay? Nani, what's wrong? She'd say, nothing wrong with me, I'm okay. Though our lives were always changing, Nani was the only constant. She was always there. And when you were in her company, you just felt comfortable and peaceful. If you sat long enough next to Nani, she will start telling you stories. My entire life, Nani has been telling me stories. Stories of her Clarewood days, Burnwood Road, many stories of Nana, about when she was young, when our parents were young, and when we were young, and everything in between. She remembered everything so vividly, even if it happened 50 years ago. We will remember her voice, her stories, and we will miss them. Nani loved being in the garden. She loved plants and flowers, and especially roses. My cousins and I remember being at a house in Burnwood Road fondly. We used to draw flowers together, play carrom board with her and my grandfather with all his tricks, and drink her famous lemonade, which was always too sweet. Nani was nurturing. She enjoyed planting things and watching them grow. Nani adored her 5 grandchildren and her 4 great-grandchildren. Through our eyes, we watched her grow old, and through her eyes, she watched us grow up. We didn't need to watch the news because we had Nani. Nani loved reading the newspaper, especially the Post. I think this week will be the first week that she hasn't read it. She was always up to date with the latest news, which she would share with each of us. Nani enjoyed making things. She could thread the smallest needle, and everything she made was always for someone else. Every time Nani saw me, she wanted to plait my hair, and most of the time I ran away, and I now feel like I should have let her do it more often. Nani liked going places. She was always on the move to see her 3 daughters and only son. We will miss hearing the radio, because when the radio was on, we knew you were there. We will think of her every time we pass her favorite spots in our homes, because it was always next to the window, where the sun was warm and she could look out into the garden. 11 years ago, on the 9th of August, we had to see Nani with our Nana. And today it is hard to say goodbye to Nani, but it's not goodbye. It's only goodbye for now, until we meet again. Through Nani's actions, she has taught us many things. Remember that life doesn't have to be so fast. It's important to take a step back sometimes and stop to smell the roses. Remember to treat all God's creatures with kindness, no matter how big or small they are. Remember not to stay out too late, and be safe wherever you go. Remember to forgive. Remember to laugh. Be there for each other, no matter the distance, no matter the time or the past. Look after each other in all happy moments and in time of sorrow. Celebrate your achievements. Be good. Share your wisdom and share your love. Remember to enjoy the little things and enjoy life. Make memories and make friendships worth remembering in 50 years' time, so one day you will have stories to tell and people who love you who will listen to them. I'd like to thank anyone involved in looking after Nani over the years. We are truly grateful for that. To Samita Mosi and my cousin Aarti, she absolutely adored you, and we appreciate everything you've ever done for her. And to my dearest Nani, if I said anything, it would never be enough. So I just want to say that we will miss the glow in your eyes and your warm smile. We all love you, and thank you for taking care of us. We will spend the rest of our lives remembering you.
Jai Victory to Lord Krishna, who removes the sufferings of those who are burdened by sorrows. Hail to Sri Krishna. When there is darkness all around, when hope is virtually out of sight, and there is no boatman to be seen, then it is you, Lord Krishna, who will take us safely across this ocean of life and death. You have the power to accomplish whatsoever you will. You can even turn poison into nectar. You fulfill everyone's hope once they contemplate on you. Again and again, victory to you, O Lord Krishna.
Thank you.
O Lord, I came to meet you using satsang as an excuse. The praises of Radha and Krishna are sung. Lord Krishna can even be found in the corridors of Vrindavan. I looked for you in the mansions, but found you seated in the poor shanty hut. I looked for you in the moon, but found you in the sun. You are also present in the rays of the stars. We don't know that our relationship with Lord Krishna was always there. O Lord Shankara, from your matted hair, the divine Ganga flows. In the company of the Divine Mother, you readily bless all your devotees who chant your sacred praises. You are the light of hope amidst the dark clouds of despair. Around your neck are beautiful garlands, and the moon shines brightly against the darkness of your hair. From your double drum, the cosmic sounds can be heard, and in your hand is present the powerful Trishul. You possess the fiery third eye, and knotted serpents decorate your body as you sit in the company of Girija or Mother Parvati and support the world. Dressed in a deer skin and riding on the king of the bulls, you rid your devotees of suffering. Whoever meditates on your name will be freed from sins and will certainly cross the ocean of rebirth.
Samsara
as our boat is in midstream. Without you, there is no one else here to protect us. We have searched the whole world, but cannot find a protector like you. In happiness, everyone is our friend, but in sorrow, there is no one besides you to save us from suffering. Immersed in the material world, we have not made much spiritual progress. Besides you, there is no one else to listen to our call. The clouds of sorrow have gathered from all directions. Let the light of happiness shine on us, O giver of the divine light.
As Hindus, we find solace in the teachings of our scriptures that remind us of the eternal nature of the soul. Just like the sun rises every morning after setting, the soul is not bound by birth or death. It is everlasting and continues its journey even beyond the physical world. In the Bhagavad Gita it is said, the soul is neither born nor does it die. It is eternal and everlasting. Mom's soul, full of love and compassion, will forever be a guiding light in our lives. The Bhagavad Gita also imparts the wisdom of endurance during difficult times, and the solution is also given. When meditation is mastered, it is said in the Bhagavad Gita, the mind is unwavering like the flame of a lamp in a windless place. In moments of grief, finding moments of stillness and inner peace through meditation can help soothe the heart and bring clarity to the mind. I know it's tough to find peace when grief hits hard, but try not to be too hard on yourself. Take things one step at a time and remember that it's okay to feel all sorts of emotions right now. The Katha Upanishad reminds us that the true essence of our being, the self, the Atman, is beyond the confines of the physical body. So, even though Mom is not physically present, her essence lives on within us. We too take solace today in your presence and your attendance. Sometimes we may not understand the scriptures, and we might not find the peace that is shown to us within the scriptures. And at that time too, the grace of God flows our way. And that grace today comes to us in the form of the family, the friends, the neighbors. We find it very, very hard to bear the loss, but your love, your support is a huge cushion, and this provides us with the warmth, the strength, the ability to bear this loss. So for that, we say thank you very, very much for those that have showered your love and your support upon us. We have had friends, families, relatives. I think it might have been in a very, very long time, taking a new phone into consideration, that one can run out of battery power twice in a day. So we really, really appreciate your support. Thank you very much for being with us. I am trying to wind down, and with that winding down, I want to be able to say, we will like to have you, and we will continue to need your guidance and your love. We will have the Havan for the next 3 days. Today's Havan will be held at 5:30 at 39 Pridley Road in Reservoir Hills at Samidas Place. Tomorrow the Havan will be held at 11 a.m. and on Friday, the third day Havan will be held at 11 a.m. Today's Havan will be a short, much needed rejuvenation, and as it goes on, Panditayan will say the Havans will progress and become much longer. So the third day will be a nice, long, lengthy Havan, a full Havan, with full explanations as well. So please join us for those Havan prayers. I would like to now have 1 or 2 more bhajans. You now at the discretion of the Panditayan, and she will lead you as to when she will take over on that part. Thank you very much for officiating for us. Thank you very much for being there and for the love and support to the family. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh Mother, please hide me in your Akshara and hug me close to you. Oh loving Mom, please call me to you. I will not trouble you again. You have given birth to me and you have taken good care of me. You have provided me with milk and food. You played with me on your lap and you rocked me in a cradle. How can I ever thank you, Mom, for your love, for your care and attention, and most of all, for the precious gift of life you so richly blessed me with.
Life is a continuous stream that has existed and will continue to exist in the future. And as so many of the speakers mentioned earlier, that it is the Dharma that is your true companion at the time of death. So when we're talking about the Dharma, what are we talking about? Spoke about the law of action, about her Nani or Dadi or Nani giving out, always teaching them spiritually and secular knowledge, reading the papers every day. And the Vidya Gyan is one of the best knowledge that you can give out to anybody, because that cannot be taken away from a person. The knowledge that you have cannot be taken away. Now, when we're talking about earlier on, Mitch Bhai also spoke about being like the sun, Dolly, Pua being like the sun. We all have to become like the sun. The 5 elements we have in this universe is made up of earth, water, fire, air, and ether. And it's not just there because we say, okay, it is the dharma of the sun to shine, so the sun must keep on shining, or it is the dharma of the river to flow, and the river must keep on flowing. There's a message behind that. We, as the sun shines on all equally, without discriminating, we must also not discriminate. Why must we as human beings become judgmental? And the sun performs a selfless service that we were supposed to also do in the community. And Dipali at the end also said that every time Nani was making something, she was making for someone else. We have to work for the benefit and the welfare of other people, of the community. That is what dharma is. You know, all of us sing the bhajan very well, you know, Nadiya na piya kabhi apna jal, vriksha na khaya kabhi apne phal. The river never drinks of its own water, neither does a tree eat its own fruit. It is there for all of God's creations, every one of them. So that was what Nani was doing, not giving to the people that already had, but giving it to the people that didn't have. That is why she was always doing things for someone else. Because when you do things for someone else without expecting any fruits of that action in return, that is called nishkama karma in Hinduism. And we were all supposed to perform nishkama karma, the selfless service. And that is what the dharma is. That is the true meaning of the dharma, is always working for the benefit of others rather than yourself. That is the, imagine if if the sun didn't rise, or we didn't have the air to breathe, or we didn't have the water, none of us will be alive. But it's not just there, there's a message, just like how the 5 elements work in harmony with each other to keep this universe stable, so must we human beings work in harmony with each other. And that is all is required of the human beings. You know, we went through riots, we went through floods, we went through COVID, to teach us the unity of family members. Did we learn that? To be united, to work together. And that is what the message is always. There is a message always from nature, because that's where we come from. And eventually, as you heard Mitch Bhai said, that we all go back to nature. We are all nature's creations. So all we have to do is do good and be good, be sweet to each other. That is all that is there to keep the harmony in the family unit. It starts in the family, then into the community, and then into the society. That is the dharma of life. And that is what Nani and Dadi was doing all the time, but not exactly telling them that this is the dharma that we're supposed to perform, but implementing it in her own way so that the younger generation learn about these things in life. Okay? The Antyesti Sanskar will be done in Sanskrit and the meaning will be read in English so all of you understand. Tvamadi deva purusha purana Tvamasya vishvasya param nidhanam Vetasi vedyam cha param cha dhama Tvaya tatam vishwamanantarupa. Almighty God, who has been since the beginning of time, who has been in man since man was created, who is the supreme treasure of this vast universe, the knower, the knowledge, and the final resting place for all beings. You are the infinite presence in whom all things are. By you is the universe pervaded. We seek courage, fortitude, and shelter in you. Avyaktadini bhutani vyakta madhyani bharata Avyaktani dhananyeva tatra ka paridevana. All beings are invisible before birth. They are invisible again after death. We see only the mortal being in the existing lifespan. O God, grant us the wisdom to accept this truth. Om Vedahametam Purusham Mahantam Aditya Varanam Tamasa Parastat Tameva Vittitvati Mrityum Eti Nanyaha Pantha Vidyate Yanaya. The Supreme Absolute God is full of splendor, like the sun untainted by darkness. There is no other path to salvation and eternal bliss than by getting to know God. May we be blessed with the wisdom to know Him. Om Suryam Chakshur Gacchato Vatamatma Dhyancha Gaccha Prithavim Cha Dharmana Apo Va Gaccha Yadi Tatra Te Hitam Oshadhishu Pratitishta Sharireha. O Supreme Lord, may all the components of this body be merged into the elements of this universe. May its vision be absorbed in the sun, its breath into the atmosphere, and its other parts into the appropriate elements. May the soul, according to the meritorious deeds performed here, dwell in a body worthy of such merit. Om Sham Agne Pasta Tapasham Purusta Cham Uttara Cham Adara Tapenam ekastredha vihito jatavedah samyagenam dehi sukritamuloke. O God, who is self-luminous, who dispenses justice even-handedly, and who rewards everyone justly, may the soul of this body find peace in every direction, in the west, north, east, south, and in every other direction. O omniscient and all-illuminating Lord, the creator, sustainer, and dissolver of the universe, may this soul be given a worthy abode. Om samgachasva pitrabhihi samyameneshtha purtena parame vyoman hitvaya vadhyam punarastamehi samgachatam tanva suvarchaha. O God, may the soul by its austerity, enlightenment, and good deeds attain a suitable state like its forebears. May it be free from all blemishes and once again inherit an enlightened body full of luster and return to the world to perform noble deeds. Om Vayur Anilam Amritam Atedam Bhasmantam Shariram Om Krato Smara Kritam Smara Krato Smara Kritam Smara. Almighty God, this soul is immortal. It is not made up of the 5 elements. The mortal body will be reduced to ashes and will be disposed of suitably. O all-merciful Heavenly Father, may the soul obtain salvation in accordance with its past deeds. Om Asatoma Satgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityoma Amritam Gamaya. O Supreme Spirit, lead us from untruth to truth, from darkness to light, and from death to immortal bliss. Close family members will do the final offering now.
Who hasn't got there?
Everyone's got.